out. You've been through it. 4 one-run games. They've lost 3. They've been right there. And Lloyd said it's some of the best ball they've played so far this season.
Well, I would agree. It's just they haven't been able to get it finished at the end of the game, and that's when it hurts the most. And I think overall, if you look at it, the Mariners 35 one-run ball games. That is tied for Chicago for the most in the American League. But they're 18-17. They're one game over 500. It always feels worse when you're going through the worst part of it, and that's the way this road trip has been. All 4 games have been one-run games, and they're 1-3. They need to get that turned around tonight.
Bright spot last night, and it was a big one, a long time in coming. He'd be the first one to tell you, Mike Zunino, with some big moments last night, driving into 3 runs. Robinson Cano, he had a big night as well as his second half continues.
Well, and I think for Zunino, this is a good sign. This is a long at-bat. He had some really good at-bats last night. Just misses hitting his first grand slam as it hits off the top of the fence. It's 420 feet away, and then later clutches up and gets a base hit into left field to drive in another run for the Mariners. So for Zunino, 3 RBI night for him, a couple of hits, including a walk. And Cano, look, he's been a hot hitter for a while. In the month of July now, he's hitting .328 with 5 home runs, including that home run to left field last night. So hopefully some good signs for the Mariners. I think that we can stop worrying about Robinson Cano. He's fine right now, but it's a good sign to see Mike Zunino moving in the right direction.
Absolutely. Lexus pitching matchups. Taijuan Walker goes tonight for the Mariners. He goes against Shane Green. Green got up to the great start early. Taijuan Walker, slow start. He picked it up, and he's been really good the last, 7, 8 starts.
Yeah, and I think for him going into the break, probably wasn't real happy. He faced these Tigers, and you can see what it gave up, 5 earned runs. Well, he gave up 3 home runs in that one, so I think he's going to go back to using his fastball more, pitching inside more, which is something Rick Wace, the pitching coach, really likes for Taijuan. Ultimately, this is the best hitting team in the American League. He's going to have to command the strike zone.
Shane Green, back up from the minors, got up to a terrific start, then lost his slider command, lost his fastball command. What's he bring right now?
Well, he's a sinker ball pitcher, so he's not going to be overpowering. You'll see him in the low 90s. Look at the left-handed hitters in the Mariners lineup tonight. Left-handed hitters this year hitting .349 off of Green. He did get sent out to the minor leagues. He's working on his changeup and his slider, and see if his sink comes back, because when his fastball flattens out, you can hit him.
Well, let's see what the Mariners can do tonight. Last night it was by Ian Kinsler. He did some double dagger work last night. An early home run and then a late home run. The first one given up by Mark Lowe on the season, and it proved to be the game winner. That first one off of Jay Happ. And then he got Mark Lowe for a 2-run shot to win the ball game right there. See how game 2 goes for the Mariners against these Tigers here at Comerica Park. First pitch is straight ahead. Well, for the second time this month of July, the Mariners experience a home team doing Christmas in July as they rush the season just a little bit here in Detroit as we play Game 2, a 4-game set. Welcome to Mariner Baseball, everybody. Mariners and the Tigers. Dave Sims and Mike Blowers, Root Sports crew on hand. Beautiful night for baseball. As we take a look at our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings. The Detroit Tigers 4 times the last 4 years. Central Division champions. Look at them, 9.5 off the pace, 500. First time they've been at 500 below since 2010. Kansas City right now with a sizable lead. Let's take a look at the Mariner batting order that will face Shane Green.
Tonight's starting lineups brought to you by Chevron. Leading off, it'll be Austin Jackson. Jackson with a couple of hits, 2 stolen bases in last night's ball game. Then it is Seager, Cruz, Cano. Combination has been there for a couple of days now. Then you have Smith Ackley getting the start. He will hit 6 and play left field. Miller, Morrison, and Mike Zunino last night. Stay and see what he did. 3 RBIs in the game. Had a couple of his just missed, hitting a grand slam. Hit 420 feet away. But he was the hitting star. And we'll take a look at Green on the year. 4-7 record, a 6.32 ERA, 46 strikeouts to 22 walks. That's over 72 and 2/3. Opponent's hitting .293. He's given up 11 home runs this year. And look at the defensive setup brought to you by American Family Insurance. Cespedes in left field. Ghost getting the start out in center. J.D. Martinez in right. Castellanos is a third baseman. Iglesias a late scratch. Romine in at shortstop. Kinsler and Kraus will be on the right side of the infield. And Avila will do the catching.
All right, here we go. 26-year-old Shane Green out of Claremont, Florida. Born there, still lives there. His last outing.
It's not a good one. 4 2/3. Gave up 7 earned runs, including 3 walks. He only threw 86 pitches to get through 4 2/3.
Green also spent some time at Toledo AAA, 5 starts from June 16th through the 8th of July. 1-1, lost 1, and had 3 no decisions. Well, here we go. Former Tiger Austin Jackson to lead it off. First pitch inside for ball 1. Jeff Nelson. He's got balls and strikes tonight. Chris Scuccioni at first. Corey Blazer at second. Les Diaz at third. There's first strike of the evening. 80 degrees here in Detroit.
For Shane Green, he's a sinker ball pitcher. His fastball will be with 91, 92. Likes to mix in a cutter with that. And also has a changeup and a slider.
Bouncing ball to the shortstop, Andrew Romine. Late addition to the lineup when Iglesias was scratched. 1 away. Brett Ausmus, second year's Tiger manager, and a big story in USA Today by Bob Nightingale saying that this ball club's going to be sellers with the trade deadline upon us in about 10 days. What do you think?
I think that we're hearing a lot about David Price and the opportunities that teams would like to have him and what they plan on doing. I would not be surprised if that is the case here. Record right at 500 at this point in the season.
Here's Kyle Seager. Second consecutive season, Kyle named the Mariners nominee for the Major League Baseball Players Alumni Association Heart and Hustle Award. Congratulations to Kyle. The award honors active players who demonstrate a passion for the game of baseball and best embody the values, spirit, tradition of the game. Big Legends for Youth dinner in New York City in November for the winner. Two and 1. Drive into the gap. Played on a hop by Cespedes. Base hit for Kyle Seager. Ends an 0-for-7 slump.
When they're facing a sinker baller, you have to look up in the zone, and that is exactly what Kyle does. You can see the ball running towards the outside corner, but it flattens out for him, hitting the ball the other way.
Bring up Nelson Cruz. He's the only member of the starting lineup that has previously seen Mr. Green. He's 2 for 8. Kelly 0 for 4 last night. Struck out on a 1-2 pitch. He tried to hit a home run out to tie it up. But Detroit wins it 5-4. Green coming over to the Tigers from the Yankees, part of a 3-way deal that involved the Yankees in Arizona in early December of last year. Foul back. Cruz number 9 in hitting in the American League at 301. Among the leaders in home runs. He's got 21. Albert Pujols has been on fire. He's got 29 now. Mike Trout with 28. Cruz among the hit leaders as well. 6th. 8th in total bases. Outstanding year. And it hit him.
Couldn't tell where it hit him. Hopefully it's on the elbow pad, but I think it might have been around his hands. And we'll take a look at it. Fastball running inside again, elevated. It was off the elbow pad. Still feel it, but it won't bruise quite as much.
It sets up nicely for Robinson Cano. Batting in a 4-hole. He's hitting .328 in the month of July. Good night for Robbie last evening. Home run to left, base hit to left, going 2 for 4. The balls he's been hitting the opposite side, they've not been pity pats. They've been hit hard. They've been some rockets.
They're on the barrel. Yeah. He has himself finally, he gets himself into a really good position to hit the ball the other way and drive it. And I think Green will probably pitch him that way.
Pulled foul.
First breaking ball we've seen. Little slider. You're going to see the numbers, what he's done in July. And I go right down to the slugging percentage, 612 to your point, Dave, on him squaring the ball up. But 5 home runs in the month. This is 16 games in the month so far. 5 home runs for him.
Another good crowd here in Detroit. Long look by Green, and here we go. 1-1 to Cano. Ball 2. Green with the Yankees last year, 5-4, 3.78 ERA in 15 games, 14 starts. One out, Seager at second, Cruz at first. Bouncing ball up the middle. Kinsler can't get it. Here comes Seager around third. And he'll score, and the Mariners have a 1-0 lead. RBI for Robbie Cano here in the first inning. Continues the hot hitting. Nice work, good tap spin. That ball able to get past Kinsler.
We talked about him being a hot hitter, and when you're hot, all of a sudden the 2 hoppers will start working their way through the infield as opposed to them being double play balls. You see the diving effort by Kinsler. Mariners off to a good start.
You know, with the RBI, his 36th.
We talked about it too. The left-handed hitters in the lineup. Again, coming into the game off of Green, lefties this year hitting .349, and the 2 lefties so far for the Mariners, Seager and Cano, both of them picking up hits.
Here's Seth Smith. One of 6 left-handers in the lineup tonight. Let's say it in the first inning. Edgar's line. Get greedy.
Get greedy.
That's hit well. Center field goes. Can't get it. Greedy indeed. Here comes Cruz, and right behind him, Cano. And Cruz scores. They'll hold Cano. And it's an RBI double for Seth Smith. 2-0 Mariners.
And we'll take a look at it. A fastball, middle away. Not a lot of sink to it, just flattened out. Goes. He can run it down in center field. That ball was hit hard to get over his head. The Mariners now 2 for 2 here in the early going. Runners in scoring position. And all 3 left-handers with hits.
Pitching coach Jeff Jones out for a couple of words as you look 2 Mariner base runners.
Really a good job by Rich Donnelly, the third base coach, because the guys had to wait to see if it was going to go over his head. He sends Cruz, but he had to hold up Cano, and Cano was running hard, thinking he was going to score. So that's a hard thing sometimes when you have guys that close together to wave one in and stop the other. Really did a good job at third.
Another lefty, Dustin Ackley.
The Tigers with their infield back. So a ground ball up the middle over to the first baseman will score a run.
Ackley 0 for 4 a couple of days ago in New York. Inside 1-1. Mariners on the season entering tonight's game scored 42 runs in the first inning, giving up 54. There's a 1-1 pitch. Stop by Vila. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Edgar Martinez enjoying this here in the first inning. Next pitch will be 20 for Green.
Couple of ducks on the pond for Ackley. 2-1 pitch. Fly ball left center field. Cano tags. He'll score. And the Mariners have a 3-0 lead. Nice job by Ackley to pick up that run. His 19th RBI and his 3rd sacrifice fly of the season. There's 2 away, and the Mariners with 3-0 lead. He's Taijuan Walker already 3 in the bank.
And I think the early lead for him, for a guy that likes to throw a lot of fastballs, it's a good sign for him.
Here's Brad Miller. 0 for 5 last night. Breaking ball for strike. Tough road trip thus far for Brad. Looking fire up. He's 1 for 13 on this roadie. Up the middle, and that will get through. Here comes Seth Smith, and the Mariners have a 4-0 lead. Brad Miller with an RBI is 28th. Nothing like the sound of cha-ching in the first inning.
Well, and again, another ground ball, which is what you should see off of Green when he's pitching well. But the defense out of place a couple of times as Cano had a base hit up the middle to drive in a run, and now Miller. Mariners 3 for 3 with runners in scoring position. Logan Morrison will be the 8th batter in the inning.
Last 4 hitters have driven in a run. Strike one, Alomo. Morrison, the 8th batter to face Shane Green. Already Blaine Hardy's up. Alomo trying to get back to the form that he showed from late May into mid-June when he went on a 16-game hitting streak, tied for the 4th longest in the American League.
Showed signs last night. He went 1 for 3. Also lined out right at the second baseman. Hit the ball hard a couple of times.
Had to put a big exclamation point on this inning. Big swing, 1 and 2. He pitched number 26 here. One and two. 2 outs in Miller at first. And Lomo strikes out to end the inning, but it was a great start to this evening. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors. They left the man. A lot of good things here in the first inning as the Mariners score 4 times. Have an early lead on the Tigers, who come to bat when we return.
Last night's ball game, 2 for 4, but it was the 2-run homer late that hurt the Mariners. Then it's Cespedes. Martinez, the DH, hits third. J.D. Martinez, 26 home runs on the year. He will back cleanup in the Strauss. Castellanos, Avila did not start last night, back in the lineup, batting 7th. Romine again, a late scratch for Iglesias. Romine put into the lineup. He will bat 8th and play shortstop. Goes to center field to round out the 9 for the Tigers. For Taiwan on the year, 7-7 record, 4.84 ERA, 100 strikeouts and just 27 walks. Opponents hitting .261 against Taiwan.
First pitch to Kinsler. It's in there for a strike. Kinsler went 1 for 5 against the Mariners. Back on July 7th when Taiwan pitched, he went 1 for 3 against Mr. Walker. Taiwan, one of the faster workers we have in the American League.
And after getting the first strike, he comes right back with a couple of cut fastballs on the outside corner. We're talking about it with Kinsler. We've seen him a lot, especially with his days with the Rangers. Stands close to the plate. He's upright. He wants the ball close to him. Anything middle away towards him, he's going to take a hack at. So Taijuan trying to keep the ball in the outside corner.
Found that one off. Pitch was up high.
It's a good fastball, though, early on. 96 miles an hour on that last fastball. And that's what I think Taijuan will have to get back to. He's been afforded a lead now. You look at his last outing, he threw his fastball only 56% of the time, far below where he's averaging on the year, which is around 68%.
Got a good one. And he strikes out Kinsler looking.
Take a look at the Mariners defense, brought to you by American Family Insurance. Dustin Ackley getting the start in left field. Jackson in center. Seth Smith out and right. Seager at third base. Miller and Cano playing at the middle. Logan Morrison at first. And Mike Zunino, really good night last night. Hopefully he can build off of that. He will do the catching tonight. That was a good fastball right at the knees to get the strikeout. 96 miles an hour again.
Outside to Yoenis Cespedes. What's great about it, as you mentioned, not working into it. Come right, be right where you need to be immediately. No, remember, because there's a few starts early in the year where he was trying to work his way into that.
Yeah, we saw a lot of 91, 92 mile an hour fastballs, but already you can see that last one at 95 miles an hour. He's topped out at 96. His average fastball is 94. He will hit 97.
Cespedes pops it a mile high. Coming in Jackson, center fielder, and make the play. Quick 2 outs. Two outs here in the first. Mariners lead 4-0. Brings up Victor Martinez. Victor went 1 for 3 against Taijuan last time out. This is one dangerous hitter. And again, Miguel Cabrera out until sometime in early to mid-August. Calf injury. That really hurts this Detroit ball club. And I'm ducking in the Mariner dugout. Felix had to duck, as did Jay Happ. Victor, good friends. I'm sure Felix will bend his ear a couple of times. Anthony Suzuki might have right there on the left, might have got a piece of that.
Great changeup from Taijuan. You'll see this changeup more to the left-handed hitters. I would say out of all of his off-speed pitches, his changeup is his best one.
1-2 to Martinez. Into the sun for Dustin Ackley. Out left field, makes the catch, step onto the track. Mariners give him 4, Taijuan posts a 0. Good combo. Second inning coming up. Alaska Airlines. 80 non-stop destinations and growing. By your local Ford stores. By the Emerald Queen Casino. Welcoming Martina McBride, the Everlasting Tour, August 1st. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. And by Safeco Insurance. Find a local agent at safeco.com. Do more. Here at Comerica Field on the baseball Ferris wheel. Beautiful day here in Detroit, 80 degrees. The Mariners coming off a very productive first inning. Here's Mike Zunino. Hit it hard and foul. Strike one. Mike Z, awesome last night. Good for him. He had been mightily struggling. Was 2 for 3. Knocked in some runs. Looked really good. Just missed a grand slam. He knocked in 3 runs last night. Zunino, Jackson, and Seager.
Last night was Simon pitching for the Tigers. Mike saw 23% of his pitches. That's how hard he was working at home plate.
That is a big number. Takes a strike here, 1 and 2.
And I think for the most part, he fouled off a lot of pitches, but I think he did a really good job of staying inside the strike zone last night. So we'll see if he can build on that tonight.
One-two pitch. Popped it up. Vila's got a play. 1 out. First inning RBIs for the Mariners. Cano, Smith, Ackley, and Miller. Back to back to back to back. 4-0 Mariners in the second. Both of these teams, big expectations coming into this season. Mariners 9 games under 500. And the Tigers right at 500 with that victory last night. At some point, keep hoping. Wishing and hoping, as the old song used to go. Still time left, but not as much as we had, I don't know, a month ago.
And I guarantee you the guys are aware of that. I really had a good time. I was talking to Rich Donnelly today. We were sitting on the bench, and we must have sat there and chatted for about 15-20 minutes. And I was talking to him about that, expectations and the club not playing up to what you thought they were going to do. And what do you think about that? Rich has been in professional baseball for 46 years. And he said you never know from year to year, and that's what makes it a difficult game. He said, but you can also get it turned around quickly. And he said, you never know when that's going to happen. So the key to it all is to come to the ballpark with a good attitude every day and just keep fighting your way through it until you're out of time. And I thought that he said that there was a couple of teams when he was with Pittsburgh. He said they were easily the best teams in Pittsburgh, and he said we didn't win anything. He said you just never know in this game. It's hard, and I guarantee you the Tigers are feeling the same way.
And you've lived it, so
I have.
You can speak to. And coming up hard on the outside, here come the Seattle Mariners.
Well, I've been on both ends where we were able to come back and get into it.
Right.
And also ended up not getting there, which was disappointing, and we probably should have. So I've been on both ends of it. The good news about this game and playing at this level is you get an opportunity to play every day, and you never know what's going to get you turned around. The only thing that you can do, Dave, is show up with a good attitude and play as hard as you can on a daily basis. And that's not always easy.
It isn't. And from what I've seen, and I'm sure you'll agree, good attitude. Check that off. They got that covered.
Well, I was talking to Lloyd McClendon about it today, and his club continues to play hard, and he said, I have no complaints over that. And he feels like since they've been back out of the break that they've actually played some good baseball. He's happy with the defense and their base running. They've cleaned that part of it up. And he thinks if they keep moving in that direction, they'll start stringing some wins together. Yeah, but he's also aware of the fact that they need to start doing it now.
Right. And the 207 runners in scoring position, batting average
has to get better.
That's not cutting.
No, it has to get better.
2 outs and a 1-2 pitch coming to Seager. He gets time. And hey, 4 terrific games. We win 1 of them coming out of the break.
All of them 1-run games.
Yep.
When you're on the road and it's late in games, it's difficult.
Left center field, it's hanging up for Cespedes. Ghost comes over to make the play. Ghost has terrific speed. 1-2-3 go the Mariners in the second, but they lead 4-0. Lead time for our Seattle City Light power play. And here we go. This season among Mariners, Seth Smith, valuable addition to this club.
And for me, he really has been. You look at the doubles that he's hit, and he's one of the team leaders in average too, but you get down towards the bottom, he makes pitchers work. The walks per plate appearance, pitches per at bat.
J.D. Martinez leads off. There's Seth.
Professional hitter.
Yes, indeed, in right field today. J.D. Martinez, great year. Third in home runs. Hits this one hard right to Seager. Drops it. Do you have enough arm? No. Scalded down there.
Well, he's out in front of it a little bit in a hooking line drive, and they could handcuff Kyle a little bit. Take a look at it. This is hit right on the button. It's actually sinking on him too. Wasn't able to recover in time. That will be the first base runner for the Tigers tonight.
Still waiting for the official score to put it up on the board. Here's Mark Krause in E5. Krause hit one of the 3 home runs given up by Taijuan Walker back on July 7 in Seattle. One pitch. Well, that thing ran in on his fist.
Good cut fastball. You'll see that a lot, especially to the left-handed hitters. And typically, if he can get in there and get him to take a swing like Krause just did, he'll come back with a changeup down and away. Went in there with a cutter again. Sorry, Dave.
No problem. 1-2, and he strikes him out. Good work. Second K for Taijuan Walker. CenturyLink, what's next? Take a look at the remainder of the series. Mike Montgomery been very impressive. 4-3 with 2.51. He goes against Anibal Sanchez. Sashi Iwakuma's looked good his last 2 starts. Goes against David Price. That'll be a tough customer right there.
No, it will be, and hopefully Iwakuma is on his game and is going to be able to pitch deep into that one, because you have to figure Price will be around.
He's had a tough no decision a few days ago in his last start. Here's Castellanos. Base hit the left. Castellanos went 1 for 2 with a 2-run homer against Taiwan last time.
You see here in this inning, they're trying to be aggressive on Taiwan's fastball. Saw the base hit, or the error by J.D. Martinez, but he hit it on the button, the line drive at Kyle. And even though he was able to strike out Krause, he was swinging early in their first pitch, base hit into left field.
Brings up the catcher, Alex Avila. He was way off his regular pace. Had some injuries, some knee injuries. Strike one. Alex, a .247 career major league hitter coming into this year. .218 last year. His best year in 11, he hit .295. Brad Miller couldn't make the play. They're going to wave around Martinez. Going to third to get a chance to get that runner. No. Castellanos stopped and then restarted. Got the third. Tigers on the board.
Take a look at it. The ball is hit hard. Brad trying to make the backhanded play. It gets past him. You'll see it's hit right to Miller's backhand. Not able to get it, and then there's an error by Jackson. Gives you an idea how hard that ball was hit. Brad trying to get as low as he could to try to pick it cleanly. So the Mariners, a couple of errors in the inning.
Single RBI, E8. Runners at the corners with one out. Andrew Romine, switch hitter, playing at shortstop tonight. Romine in his 61st game tried to get a bunt down, hit it foul.
Yeah, I think he was just doing that on his own. There wasn't a squeeze on Castellanos, the runner at third base, never moved towards home.
Right at Brad Miller. Throw to first. Back safely is Avila. 2 outs.
Taiwan catches a break here. This ball is hit hard right at Brad. I already mentioned the 2 errors. You don't want to give them extra outs. The Tigers, tough team, especially against right-handed pitching to begin with, but they're first in average, 4th in runs scored, 2nd in slugging, 1st in on-base percentage, 3rd in stolen bases.
It's an offensive club.
Yeah, they are. 3rd in doubles, 1st in triples.
Anthony Gose, center fielder. Good sliding step by Zunino, ball 1. .1-0 pitch. Right the other way. Foul ball. .1-1 pitch. In there for a strike. Strike away from getting out of it. 1-2. Skies it to left center field. Austin Jackson under it. Tigers get a run on 2 hits, 2 errors, and leave a couple for 1 ball game. at the ballpark, riding a Tiger. Not bad at all. Safeco Field. It's going to be rocking this Friday. Why? Because it's fireworks night. Features post-game sing-along show set to some of the best rock and roll songs ever. Big plans to join us for Mariners Fireworks Night presented by Seattle City Light. When you get your tickets at mariners.com. Mariners will take on the high-scoring Toronto Blue Jays. Nelson Cruz, Robinson Cano, and Seth Smith 3, 4, and 5 here in the third inning. Mariners up 4-1.
Tigers have the shift on with Nelson hitting. Cruz in his first at bat was hit by a pitch. He was hit right on that elbow pad. Eventually came around to score a run.
Off-speed pitch for strike. 0-2. Outplay remains 0-2. The Mariners certainly roughed up Green in the first inning. 4 runs on 4 hits. Spoils that one.
And that's exactly what you were hoping was going to happen when you have a pitcher out there that has been struggling, and Green has, and he's been struggling against the left-handed hitters. You want to get him uncomfortable right away if you can, and the Mariners were able to do that. Now you just want to add on to it.
See if he leaves one up over the plate here. He's given up 7 home runs to right-handers, 4 to lefties. Nice job by Cruz. Get that one out.
Just about hit it out of Avila's glove. That fastball was by him. See him laughing about it.
Ball and 2 strikes. Hit well center field. Ghost plays shallow. He's going to watch it. Get out of here. Boom. Stick, baby.
Oh, wow.
I'm with you. 22nd home run for Nelson Cruz. Wow, his first since the 3rd of July. Mariners have a 5-1 lead. Punished that one, didn't he?
We talked about the late swing on the pitch before. He comes right back with 93 again. This one's elevated a little bit, and it is 420 feet to the fence. And you'll see it just about hits that camera well that's up there as it goes into the bushes. The second row. That's an impressive home run.
Strike 1 to Cano. Well, hopefully that starts a streak for him, because Lloyd's been talking about, typical power hitters. You see him go on these home run tears.
Well, you'd like to see that, especially with as hot as Cano has been lately. We'll take a look at what he's done through the first 3 months of the season and his hits in the direction. And you see a lot of hits into right field, not as many into left. And for Cano on his chart, you really want to see more center left field. I think that's when he's swinging at his best. And we've seen quite a bit of that here in July. And since the 1st of July, here you go, evening things out a little bit and showing some power the other way. That's a much better sign of Robinson Cano spraying the ball, all using the entire field.
Robbie's got to get counted 2-1. They get 3-1. Seth Smith on deck. (3-1). Hit hard and foul.
We're talking about the Mariners after scoring 4 runs in the first, trying to add on to it, and Cruz made that happen in a hurry.
Let's not forget, he fouled off some pretty good pitches.
Well, he's been a good hitter. You're talking about his batting average. I mean, that's the kind of tremendous power that he has, but he can have it and still hit for an average. Not many guys can do that in the game today.
It's an elite group. 3-2 to Cano. Takes ball 4. He's aboard. First walk of the ball game.
And with nobody out here in the third, already 50 pitches for Green.
Jeff Jones coming out again, pitching coach.
They had Hardy getting loose in the first inning, and it looks like they're going to get some action out in the pen.
Green just 26 years old.
It is Blaine Hardy.
Just the 29th big league game for Green. Seth Smith got him for a double. An RBI double in the first inning. Center field on a 1-0 pitch. Pitch to Seth. Ball 1. Six lefties in this lineup. Cruz, though, provided some boom here to start this third inning. Oh, 1-1. Feels good to talk about a tape measure home run. Skies it left center field. Ghost gets under it. One away. Bring up Dustin Ackley. Sacrifice fly to center field, his first time up. Gets his 19th run batted in.
He's been swinging the bat well over his last 19 games, hitting .343.
Ball 1 to Dustin. Ackley got out of the gate slowly again. First 43 games, hit just 177. Two 2-0. 5-1 Mariner lead as we play in the third. Just joining us, Nelson Cruz hit a mammoth home run. Straightaway center field to open up this third inning. Here's a strike to Ackley, 2-1.
Take a look at Dustin Ackley month by month. Really good month of July for him.
2-1. Well stroke. Ghost has to back up a little bit. Cano goes 3/4 of the way and hustles back. 2 outs. Make sure you stick around after the game for Mariners post game. It's presented by Delta Airlines. Boyd McClendon on that show. Brad Adam and Bill Kruger. Brings up Brad Miller here. RBI single, center field, first inning. Second hit on the road trip. since June 26th. Been on a nice run, hitting 300. Back in May, American League Player of the Week. May 11th through the 17th. He's ahead in the count here, 2-0. Logan Morrison awaits.
And this next pitch will be 60 for Green. Mariners really making him work hard. He's having a tough time working ahead of hitters.
2-0. 3-0. Cruz home run, a walk, and then 2 flyouts to center field here in the 3rd inning. Strike to Brad, 3-1. Not much of a lead for Cano. Big pitch here for Brad, 3-1. Up the middle, Kinsler. Flip to Romine, they get the force. And that will do it for the Mariners. Big highlight. Huge home run off the bat of this man, Nelson Cruz. Bones it out of here, center field. Well beyond the 420 sign, and it had some height to it as well. 5-1 Mariners. Right, but the Mariners have a 5-1 lead. Check out Geico this date, MLB history. Mariners on this date. Get Jay Buhner, Rick Ballamont, Troy Evers from the Yankees for Ken Phelps. Frank Costanza still ticked off. Top of the order for Detroit. And Kinsler, Yoenis Cespedes, and Victor Martinez. Quick 0-2 for Kinsler. Tigers got an unearned run in the 2nd inning. Mariners with a big 1st inning, 4 runs, and then Cruz top of this inning with a home run to make it 5-1. Serves it into right field. Seth Smith right there. One out, and brings up Yoenis Cespedes.
Taijuan in the early going has had a good fastball. He's been 95, 96 miles an hour with his four-seamer. Throwing a lot of cutters today. So he has pretty good command of it. We've only seen a few changeups. 33 pitches, 24 strikes.
Big thumbs up there. Cespedes fly to center first time. Strike one. Boston getting ready to play at Houston. Texas and Colorado coming up shortly. Outside, 1-1. Later on tonight, Minnesota's at the Angels, Toronto's at Oakland. Slicing drive. Here comes Jackson. He's there. Nice play.
Take a look at Austin Jackson in center field. One of the things that he really does well is he always gets a good jump. His first step is a pretty good one. And then, of course, he has the great speed. Used to playing in this outfield. He's had to cover a lot of area in this outfield when he was a Tiger.
345 down the line, and don't forget, was it back in 03 they brought in the fences about 25 feet. There's Victor Martinez, flied out the left. Strike one. And hitting, back foot.
Hit him with a curveball, looked like.
There's a look at what they did. That was unreasonable for lefty, for right-hand power hitters.
It's a lot of area they've taken back.
Good grief. I like this ballpark, but I wish they had stacked it a little bit more. Flares out so much.
Now you can see it's 345 where it is right now.
Man. And according, when they flared out this stadium, it fanned out because they listened to their fans. That's what they wanted. Of course, the old ballpark at Michigan and Trumbull Tiger Stadium. Most of those seats were covered. Here's a ball smoked to center field and deep, and it's gone. On top, oh my goodness, JD Martinez on top of the cameras out there in center field for JD, his 27th home run. RBI is 61 and 62. JD is having a sensational year. 2-run homer.
95 miles an hour, middle in. We've talked about his power. The center and right center field. This is dead center, and you'll see a hit right on top of the roof where the cameras are at.
A 5-3 ball game as Kraus swings through. So the curveball that gets away, Victor Martinez hits him, and it sets it up for JD Martinez. Leaves the ballpark.
The Mariners made a couple of mistakes. They had 2 errors in the second inning. That cost him a run. And then Taijuan with 2 outs hitting him with the curveball, and he hasn't thrown his curveball. Said that JD Martinez has 26 home runs on the year, and he made him pay for it.
Big power. One behind Mike Trout now with 27. There's the ball. Could be a tough play. Ackley can't get it. Kraus, 2-strike hitting, drops one in front of Ackley for a base hit. Brings up Castellanos. Taijuan giving up a home run to JD Martinez, the 9th he's given up to a right-hander. 17 total.
Castellanos with a base hit in the left, his first time up. First pitch fastball that he hit hard in the left.
Nino. Couple of words for Taiwan.
And Rick waits quickly out of the dugout.
We got 2 quick outs.
7 pitches to get the first 2 outs.
That's 4 home runs he's given up to the Tigers. J.D. Martinez, all-star this year. He's hurt a lot of people. 3rd in home runs. 3rd in RBIs. He has just been terrific. One of the runs leader. Total base leaders as well. Two 2-0 to Castellanos. Fouled out of play. Two outs, a man at first. 2-1 pitch, fouled off.
Let's come right back and challenge him with a couple of good fastballs on the inside corner. The last one elevated above the belt at 95. Some late swings.
Trying to finish him off here. 2-2. Count runs full. Alex Avila's on deck. He got an RBI single. 2nd inning. Three and 2. Got him. Good pitch. 3rd strikeout for Taiwan. Gives up a 2-run homer to Martinez. We got a 5-3 ball game. To Safeco Field on Friday to take on the Blue Jays. And this is your chance to be a part of the loudest section in baseball. The King's Court for $40. You're going to get a ticket to the King's Court t-shirt and a K card. So join the Royal Court and get your tickets at mariners.com/Felix. Some mid-70s temperatures. Beautiful summer day coming up. early evening Friday when Felix takes the mound. Here's Logan Morrison. Lead things off here for the Mariners in the fourth, followed by Mike Zunino and Austin Jackson. Struck out on the 1-2 pitch. First time up.
Tigers have the shift on with Logan hitting.
Strike one to Logan. Morrison, Zunino, and Jackson. Good first inning for the Mariners. 4 runs on 4 hits. Nelson Cruz hit a home run in the third. If you like tape measure home runs, we've already got our money's worth here through 3 innings. Cruz straightaway center and Martinez pretty much the same shot. Both very impressive. One and 2 to Logan. Interesting. 10 days from now, the trade deadline will have passed. One hit to right center field and deep. Cruz, Ghost rather, going back to get it. On the 31st of July, let's see, we'll be in Minnesota. Should be plenty to talk about.
Mike Zunino, big night last night, ended up popping up to the catcher his first time up. See what the team has done when he's driven in 3 runs. 6-1 record for the team.
Ball 1 to Mike. Popped up. J.D. Martinez takes it. 2 outs here in the Mariners' top of the 4th inning. 5-3 lead. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Seattle Mariners and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. Christmas in July, the theme here tonight. Comerica Park in Detroit. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, Root Sports crew on hand. I like Christmas, but I also like the middle of July, too. Live for the moment, for crying out loud.
I think I'm with you on that.
Couple of ground outs at shortstop for Austin Jackson. One on one. Strike 2 to Austin. Mariners got to start putting more pressure back on Green here. 2 outs and a 1-2 pitch.
Well, the other thing that they have to do is clean things up a little bit. Again, a couple of errors and a hit batter, basically resulting into 3 runs. This Tiger club and the way that they can hit, you just don't want to give them extra outs or opportunities.
2-2. Ghost going back. And it's kind of played at Austin Jackson. Made regularly here at Comerica Park. 1, 2, 3, 4th inning for the Mariners. Lead still 5-3. All right, Brad, thank you so much. The bottom third of the order for the Tigers, Avila, Romine, and Gose against Taijuan Walker. 5-3 Mariner lead. Avila 1 for 1 RBI single in the second inning. Taijuan has struck out 3 thus far, hasn't walked anybody. Gave up a 2-run homer. J.D. Martinez. "6'5" pride of Yucaipa, California, Taijuan Walker. Missed inside, 2-1. Right to Cano. Throws out Avila, 1 away. Take a look at our Big Fish Casino Big Catch. If you like the long ball, cue up the oohs and ahs.
A couple of long home runs to dead center field, including Cruz's 22nd home run of the year. You can see it's 420 feet away to dead center, and that was well over the fence. And then J.D. Martinez, his 27th home run of the year. And I'm told nobody's ever hit one on the roof out there in the camera stand. So J.D. Martinez showing a lot of power to center along with Cruz.
Mini home run derby, and it was impressive. Romine fouls one back, 1-1. A hard liner. It's Brad Miller in his first at bat. Two and 1. Slice back. Taijuan Walker had a lights out month of June. 4-1 with a 2.36 ERA. Won 4 consecutive games and then carried it into July, beating San Diego at Petco.
Well, so far in this one, he's given up 3 runs. 2 of them are earned.
Anthony Gose, the center fielder, on deck. Jackson back near the flagpole. Route number 2. There's Gose. He plays as shallow as anybody in the American League. Out in center field. Good speed.
Yeah, good outfielder, can really run it down. Has a strong throwing arm too. And having a good year, hitting .282.
Wide out to center first time. I like that part of Taijuan's game. Get off the plate.
Kind of looks in there with an attitude after it too.
Bingo.
Why wouldn't you?
Hey, you're 6'4", 6'5". Not too many volunteers running after that mound.
No, I don't think anybody's in a hurry to do that. I think just it's more of a mindset for him, though. He's finally been able to get there.
It's an asset. There's the 1-2. Good looking pitch, got him. 4th strikeout. Taijuan Walker, 1, 2, 3, and a 4th. Looking good. 5-3 Mariners. Baseball on Root Sports. Being brought to you by BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. And by Honda. Get a dream deal on your favorite Honda. Get it now at your Honda dealer. This features the 1900s decade of the Detroit Tigers, one of the original franchises in the American League. And the uniform's quite different back in the 100+ years ago. They do a great job honoring the Tiger heritage around Comerica Park.
Seager, Cruz, Cano will appear in the 5th. That sounds like another run or two.
I'm in. Kyle with a base hit to left in the 1st inning and a fly out to center in the 2nd. Mariners had 4 runs on 4 hits against Shane Green. 1st inning, and then Cruz, he went boomstick in the 3rd. His 22nd home run, RBI number 54. High pop, shortstop Romine. There to grab it. 1 out.
See Kyle hesitate at home plate before he started running. 2-0 count. Fastball 91 right in the middle of the plate, and he missed it. Put a good swing on it, just popped it straight up.
Well, here's Cruz. Infield tilts to the left. 3 defenders over there. Left field Cespedes deep. Bouncing ball right to Kinsler. Throws out his former teammate Texas. 2 outs. Brings up Robbie Cano. 1st inning RBI single to center and a walk in the 3rd. Robbie hitting now .338 in the month of July. Two more games here in Detroit. The Mariners come home for 6, 3 against Toronto and 3 against Arizona before they hit the road again. Robbie in an 0-2 hole.
Blaine Hardy up for the 3rd time already in this game. He was up in the 1st and in the 3rd, and now again here in the 5th.
Cano taking the time. I hope he didn't hurt himself.
Took a couple of aggressive swings on the first 2 pitches with 2 outs, and Lloyd McClendon out of the dugout. You can see Robbie, it was looked like there was an issue with his lower back.
Rick Griffin, the head athletic trainer, joining them. That was an instant nightmare for Lloyd. Now that he's got going, don't get hurt now.
He didn't waste much time coming out of the dugout, I can tell you that.
There you go. Line drive. Center field goes. Can't get it. A line drive double for Robinson Cano with 2 outs here in the 5th. 2 for 2 night with a walk.
Dave, you were talking about it earlier. He's not just getting hits, but he is getting the barrel to it. This is a screaming line drive. We were talking about Ghost early in the game. He plays shallow, but he goes back on the ball as well as anybody, and he can't make up the ground.
That's good 2-strike hitting.
Robbie probably feels the same way. I'm not coming out of this game.
Hey, man, I'm rolling.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I'll figure it out.
That was a rocket.
Robbie's 24th double. He's in the top 10 in that category. Cespedes and Dozier and Kipnis lead with 27. Even Romine goes, yeah, you're hurt. Yeah, okay, yeah, right. Nice deke. Seth Smith, RBI double in the first, fly out the center in the third.
And they're just going to put him on.
Brett Ausmus making the call.
There's 3, 4, 5 hitters tonight. 4 for 6 with a home run.
Like that. Two outs, 2 on for Dustin Ackley. Sacrifice fly in the first, fly to center in the third.
And I think we're going to get a pitching change. Again, Blaine Hardy has been up 3 different times, and I think Brad Ausmus is going to go get him.
2 out, 2 on in the fifth. Mariners up 5-3, looking for more. Blaine Hardy's going to take over after we step aside here at Comerica Park in Detroit. USA, month of August coming up on us. More games here in Detroit. Blue Jays come in. They score a lot of runs, more than anybody in baseball. Diamondbacks will be in for 3, and then we see the Minnesota Twins. They're no longer pesky. They're contenders, 5.5 out. Central Division, 5.5 behind defending American League champion Kansas City. Couple of runners on here with 2 outs. Cano at second, Smith at first. The night is over for starter Sheen Green.
1 rain, 4 2/3, 6 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned. A couple of walks, 1 strikeout, 84 pitches, 51 strikes. He's responsible for the 2 base runners. Mariners having a good night, hitting with runners in scoring position. 3 for 3 so far tonight.
What a one, Ackley.
Numbers for Hardy. 42nd appearance on the year. He's pitched well. 3-1 record, 2.30 ERA, 35 strikeouts in 43 innings. Opponent's hitting just 206. He's yet to give up a home run this year.
And hard, but Ghost is right on the case. Makes the grab. Mariners no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. 5-3 lead for Seattle. starter Taijuan Walker. Through 4 innings, he struck out 4, giving up 3 runs, 2 earned. Give up a big 2-run homer to JD Martinez. But he's been featuring a really good fastball here tonight, Mike.
Yeah, he has. He's topped out at 96 miles an hour. You can see he's given up the 3 runs through the 4 innings, only 2 of them earned.
Top of the order, Ian Kinsler, 3rd time around. Strikeout looking and a fly to right for Kinsler. Kinsler to be followed by Yoenis Cespedes and Victor Martinez. Four-run first for the Mariners. Detroit 1 in the 2nd. Mariners answer with 1 in the 3rd to Cruz homer. 2 in the bottom of the 3rd for Detroit. 1 and 2 here to Kins. Bounce foul. Kinsler had some really good years with the Texas Rangers before coming over here to Detroit. 1 and 2. Line to center field, base hit. Leadoff man aboard here in the 5th inning.
Pretty good pitch by Taijuan Walker. It looked like it was his cutter again, down and away. It was on the outside corner. You can see Zunino with the low strike, and it was the cut fastball. They really wanted to get Kinsler out because now you get to the guys that can do some damage. Cespedes due up, Martinez after that, and then the other Martinez, Victor and JD Martinez due up. So,
boy, watching that video, and then the home run last night, Kinsler likes that ball down low. Here's a drive deep to left center field off the bat of Cespedes. Good grief. 2-run homer. Tied ball game, 5-5. Cespedes continues to torment the Seattle Mariners. For Cespedes, 14th home run. RBIs 53 and 54. This guy has been murdered.
Well, again, let's take a look, see where Zunino is set up. He wants that pitch on the outside corner, and you can see how badly Taijuan missed with it. Tell you what, on this road trip, the Mariners pitchers are not getting away with many mistakes.
No, they're not. 18th career home run by Cespedes against the Mariners, and his 39th RBI. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, said that he's on the trading block. If he is, somebody's going to love having him. Five ball game. Victor bounces one, fair. Almost takes it to the bag. And there's one away. Well, we talked about it. You get those 4 runs in the first. No sense stopping.
Well, you have to add on to it. And Mariners, a couple of mistakes, gave the Tigers a chance to get back into it. And then with Taijuan missing his location right there, Cespedes hitting the home run. And when Taijuan pitched against the Tigers before the break, he gave up 5 runs, 3 home runs in that one so far, 2 tonight.
On 1 to JD Martinez, mammoth 2-run homer in the 3rd with a man aboard. Tigers #1 hitting team in the American League. That one hit foul, look out. One-two pitch. seen plenty of Cespedes during this time. Looking, Rollins getting ready. David Rollins. Cespedes did a lot of damage to the Mariners as an A, an athletic. A little bit of damage. I remember a shot he hit against Felix up at Fenway. Was that 2 years ago? I think it was.
I think it was 2 years ago.
Took Rodney out. Back home.
Well, I mean, you look at his overall batting average. It's not much. It's around 220, I think.
227 coming into today's game. He tomahawks that one. Base hit, J.D. Martinez. Second hit for J.D. Martinez. We talked to Lloyd McClendon about Taijuan Walker, and here he comes with a few words of counsel and wants to make a change. And Taijuan's going to take his exit right here in the 5th inning. J.D. Martinez puts a final nail in this appearance in the 5th inning in a 5-5 ball game. The young prodigy.
I think it's important that we keep an eye on him, and I'm not so sure that we force him to push through anything. We have to be mindful of his innings, the stress that he's putting out on himself out there. Big league innings and big league outs are a lot tougher than AAA outs, and we have to be mindful of that. And the season's a grind, so we got to watch him.
Very important to watch young pitchers. Taijuan tonight only goes 4 1/3.
And you look at the numbers overall: 7 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. He didn't walk anybody, 4 strikeouts, 78 pitches for Taijuan. And he is responsible for the runner at first, J.D. Martinez. Going to have a pinch hitter. Marte is going to pinch hit for Krause as David Rollins takes over. Only his 5th appearance on the year. 4 1/3 for him, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk.
Marte 0 for 1 against Rollins. Ball 1.
You heard Lloyd talking about stressful innings, and that's what Taijuan had today. Working into the 5th, 3 of those 5 stressful for him.
Rollins behind 2-0. One out, one on. Took 1 to Marte. fouled it off his foot. Rollins worked against Detroit 13 days ago. 2 innings, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, did not allow a run.
It's been 9 days since he's been on a mound, so hopefully find his command quickly. Do not want to put these Tigers hitters into hitters counts.
They had a rough outing on July 6th at home. Gave up 4 earned runs in an inning plus against the same ball club. 2-1. Got him to chase that. 2-2. Inning started with Kinsler getting a base hit on a 1-2 pitch, and then Yoenis Cespedes blasted one out of here, right center field. 2-run homer to tie it. Victor Martinez grounded out. J.D. Martinez got a base hit to left. And
oh boy.
Nino. Jeez.
Now on the follow through. Hit him with the bat.
Marte strikes out. See where it hits him. Thank goodness for the helmets.
Yep.
Thank you, Johnny Bench.
And Mike's probably thinking, I get beat up enough.
Yeah, right.
I need the hitters.
Right.
That was pretty good, too. Pretty good hit.
Long follow through, almost exaggerated. It was exaggerated. It's 2 away here in the 5th. Brings up Castellanos, 1 for 2. Inside to Nick. 5 runs on 7 hits, no errors, 3 left for Detroit. 5 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors, and 4 left for the Mariners. Castellanos, the 6th man to the plate here in the 5th inning. Rollins behind 2-0. Gets the corner, 2-1. Cruz has a home run tonight. That was in the 3rd inning. Martinez, a 2-run shot in the 3rd. Cespedes, a 2-run homer here in the 5th for Detroit. 2-1. And well, left center field, it gets down. Base hit. J.D. Martinez will set up at second base.
Again, falling behind, solid line drive. Jammed him a little bit. Austin Jackson again able to cut it off. Rollins has a good fastball tonight. He's 93, 94 miles an hour.
Howard Sevilla, the hitter. RBI single and a ground out tonight. 7th man to the plate. 2 outs, 2 on. Ball 1. He did go as they check with Laz Diaz. Laz took a couple shots on both forearms last night. He had home plate. Villa didn't like that call at all. Counted 1-1. Two balls, 1 strike. Marlins on in relief, Taijuan Walker.
Marlins so far hasn't been able to throw his breaking ball for a strike. He's basically out there with just the fastball.
Two one. He could not stay ahead. 3-1. Go ahead run at second base.
We talked about it. Relievers are used to steady work, and it's been 9 days because of the All-Star break.
(3-1) to Avila. Full count. Two outs, runners will be on the move. Avila hitting just 198. Runners get ready to run. They take off. Pitch. Fouled off. Top of third. Houston 1-0 lead at home against Boston. Marlins needs it out big time here. 5-5 ball game. 3-2 pitch. Runners take off. And he walked.
Tried the breaking ball again, and it was wide of the plate. After Avila fouled off a couple of fastballs, didn't want to throw him another one, so in with the breaking ball, and Lloyd McClendon quickly out of the dugout. There's a look at it. Just getting around it a little bit. Big sweeping slider. Lloyd out of the dugout.
Got switch hitter Andrew Romine coming up, but we've seen enough of Rollins. Romine's going to be the 8th man to the plate here in the 5th inning. Big Tom. Tom Wilhelmsen will take over when we get back to Detroit. Bases are loaded, and they bring on Tom Wilhelmsen to put out the fire.
For Tom, his 24th appearance on the year, a 4.56 ERA. He has 28 strikeouts and 25 2/3. Tom with a good fastball in the mid-90s, curveball, changeup. Mix in a cutter. And not much time for him to get loose in this one. Bases are full.
J.D. Martinez at third. Nick Castellanos at second and Alex Avila at first. The hitter, switch hitter, Andrew Romine. Romine 1 for 3 against Tom. Tom needs an out. Major way. Keep it a tied ball game. Ball 1. 8th man to the plate here in the 5th inning. 2-run homer by Cespedes earlier in the frame. One on one. Romine, hard line out to shortstop and a fly to center. 1-1. Slow roller. Williamson goes to cover the bag. Romo can't get out of his glove, and the Tigers have a 6-5 lead.
That will probably be an infield hit.
And the bases are still loaded.
Little chopper, and Tom just out of his reach. He does the right thing, continues to go to first, and it looks as if he gets there in time, but the ball is late. Romine runs well, and that'll be an infield hit and an RBI for Romine.
9th RBI for Romine. Base is still loaded. Anthony Ghost, the hitter. Ball 1 to Ghost. Tie 1 now on the hook. Base is still loaded. Ghost a fly to center and a strikeout looking. Fouls this one back.
And he also has a lot of speed. See what he's done in his career with the bases loaded. 1 grand slam. It's 2 for 13.
Two and 1. Tigers a run in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, 3 here in the 5th. 9th man to the plate and a 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Now you got Castellanos at 3rd. Villas at 2nd. Romine at 1st. Another big pitch here. Tom just recalled from Tacoma. 2-2 pitch, bases loaded, 2 outs. Full count. This has been a very difficult inning, to put it kindly. Merry-go-round will start right here. 3-2 pitch to Ghost. Ball 4. RBI for Ghost, his 16th. Tigers have batted around. Scoring on a play, Castellanos. Everybody else moves up. This has been a tough go.
And you have an aggressive fastball hitter Kinsler's the one that had it all started. A base hit back up the middle to start this inning. He's getting his second at bat, and he likes to hit the fastball.
Particularly, as we've seen here, if it's low in the zone, he can go get it. Tenth man to the plate here in the fifth inning. Playable for Mr. Ackley. Inning over. 4 runs on 5 hits. Left them loaded. 7-5 Detroit. And the Mariners invite you to do more with the Grand Slam family package. Get 4 tickets, hot dogs, and Pepsi soft drinks for one low price for the game next Tuesday. The Mariners host the Diamondbacks. Visit Mariners.com to pick up family package tickets. Turnabout fair play. Let's see if the Mariners can play some of that. Bottom third of the order here, top of the 6th. Brad Miller to lead it off. 4 runs on 5 hits. And they left the bases loaded, the Tigers did, in the 5th inning, sending 10 men to the plate. Marte taking over at first. Blaine Hardy continues on. Oh, 2 pitch here to Miller. Blocked by Avila, ball 1. But it's got to provide a spark here. 7-5 deficit right now for the Mariners. Pulled foul.
Well, that's exactly right. Even though the Mariners were off to the big lead, Dave, they're only 2 runs behind and 4 chances to hit and score some runs. Regroup and get after it again. That's about all you can do.
High fly ball deep right center field. Going back goes, and the spacious ballpark makes it look easy. Mariners start tonight 9 games under 500, but I tell you what, Lloyd McClendon says his ball club remains resilient.
Well, I think we have a spirit, and that spirit certainly hadn't been broken. And we understand all the negative criticism, and rightfully so. We have not played up to external expectations, and obviously haven't played up to the expectations that I thought this team was capable of achieving. But we still have close to about 80 games left, and we understand that our model has always been 9 innings and 27 outs. We grind it out every day. Regardless of the outcome the day before, we show up and be very professional and go about our business in a very professional manner the next day. And I think our guys have bought into that. They believe it. And I think that's what's going to get us out of this, is that spirit.
68 more games remaining after tonight. Base hit by Logan Morrison. That's some good comments. And full steam ahead. Keep pressing. Keep pressing ahead.
I think sometimes it's not always easy being a professional because you do this every day, and he was talking about expectations and being short of them. But you still have to show up and really play as hard as you can. There's no other choice.
A 1 pitch to Zunino. Lomo back with a dive.
You know, 0 for 2, flew out to right field his last time up.
A 1 to Mike. One out, a runner aboard, a 1-1 pitch here to Zunino, and that's close. Woo.
Little snap throw to first. Well, it was close. Hardy has quick feet.
Strike 2 to Mike. Slow breaking ball, 78 miles an hour. Rides one into the gap. Nobody's going to glove this one. Lomo digging for third, and he'll get the stop sign right there. So the Mariners have the tying runs aboard here in the 6th inning with 1 out, a double by Mike Zunino, and he smoked it, his 8th double.
Starting to heat up, which is what you want to see, and Hardy came back-to-back changeups. The last one right in the middle of the plate, 77 miles an hour. Now it's a curveball, and Mike rips it into the gap. Starting to build some confidence, and Mariners in good shape to tie this game up with a base hit.
Likes Tiger. Austin Jackson's going to step to the plate. Brad Osmus. Jeff Jones a little concerned right now.
Well, the Mariners 3 for 4 with runners in scoring position in the middle of the infield playing back. Ground ball up the middle will score a run.
Strike 1, Austin. The other way, that'll drop down and pick up a run. Scoring is Morrison as Austin Jackson makes it a 7-6 ball game. His first hit of the night, his 21st RBI. Moving up to third, Mike Zunino.
Yeah, the Mariners now 4 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Inside out swing. Just fights it off into right field. That's all it takes.
Tying run at third, go ahead run at first now for Kyle Seager. 1 for 3, got a first inning single to left. Pop to center, pop to short.
A good night offensively for the Mariners. Everybody checking in with a base hit except for Ackley. Kyle Seager trying to pick up an RBI. 1 for 3 tonight. Scored a run.
Seven runs on 9 hits for Detroit. 6 runs, 9 hits. Jackson back for the Mariners. Mariners have committed 2 errors. Left 4 men on. No errors for Detroit. They've left 6. Seager 1 for 4 against Hardy. Popped it up. Short right field for J.D. Martinez. Ghost takes over. Zunino bluffs and retreats back to third. There's 2 outs.
And that will bring out Brad Osmus, going to make a pitching change with Cruz due up. Going to get a right-hander.
Step aside here in the 6th. A 1-run ball game and a chance for the Mariners to tie or take the lead when we come back. Home run hitters, and boy did he put on a show leading off the third. Got all of it straight away center field, up into the hedges, more than 420 feet away against Shane Green. Yeah, right now here in the 6th, couple of men aboard, chance to put the Mariners back on top. Hope to do it against Al Albuquerque.
Albuquerque with a good slider. Fastball being the low 90s, but he likes his slider to the right-handed hitters.
Cruz 1 for 4 against Al. Runner takes off. Jackson the second. And he's in safe standing. And a count 2-0 to Cruz.
Now the Mariners have the go-ahead run into scoring position. Mariners 4 for 7 tonight. Runners in scoring position.
Good count here for Nelly. 2-1. Base hit will give the Mariners the lead. 2 outs, runners at second and third, and a 2-1 count. Bouncing ball to Romine. Throws across to get Cruz, and that will do it. Mariners draw a little bit closer, 7-6. And look at the work here by Yoenis Cespedes. Get another home run against the Mariners. His 18th career blast, and then Romine. Little infield base hit as Homo couldn't get it out of his glove in close quarters. That put Detroit in front. 4 runs in the 5th inning. There you go, your line score. Mariners make it close in the top half of this inning, and now Cespedes will lead off, followed by Victor Martinez and J.D. Martinez. Tom Wilhelmsen continues on.
Tough part of the lineup for the Tigers. Cespedes, Victor Martinez, J.D. Martinez. They have scored 5 runs combined tonight and driven in 4.
Tough group. Cespedes 2 for 11 with a homer against Wilhelmsen. Didn't go as they check with Chris Guccione at first. And a good pitch by Tom the Fool. Cespedes, strike 2.
And he was just guessing fastball all the way, and Tom threw him a good breaking ball down in the dirt. See how early Cespedes starts his swing, trying to do more damage.
Two pitch. Ball 3, count runs full. Victor Martinez on deck. And ball 4 to Cespedes to start the 6th inning. Second walk by Wilhelmsen. Improve your on-bus percentage. Riding is easy. Just ask our rider's guide, available at soundtransit.org.
Third inning for the Tigers that they've been able to get the leadoff man on. Previous 2, he scored.
Victor Martinez 0 for 2 against Big Tom. Tom could use a double play right here. Victor today fly to left, hit by a pitch, run scored, and ground out to first.
I just showed you the numbers of what he's done against Seattle this year. 444 batting average with the home run. Playing straight up on the infield. Austin Jackson, the center fielder, shading towards right center.
Back to the strike, 1-1. Got a wild one here in Detroit as we play in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch 1-2. Two to Victor. Bounce foul. Boston now leads at Houston 3-1. Top of the 4th inning.
Roland Rondon getting loose in the pen for the Tigers.
Texas Rangers lead at Colorado 3-0. Top of the 2nd. Angels and Oakland coming up later. Within the hour. 1-2. Off of Tom's glove, takes Brad Miller right to the bag. Double play. And that's a big one. 2 down.
Right back up the middle. I think Brad would have been able to get to it either way. It just made it easier. Tom deflecting it right to him. An easy double play. And good timing for it because J.D. Martinez is due up. He has scored 3 runs tonight, driven in 2, and hit his 27th home run.
Base is empty, 2 outs. Romo takes a look. Doesn't come back. JD's been tough tonight. Reached on an error by Seager in the 2nd and scored a 2-run homer in the 3rd. Base hit to left in the 5th. 0-2. Tom put him away. No, he didn't, as he checked with Chris Guccione. 1-2.
Let's take a look at it. Breaking ball in the dirt. Zunino certainly thought he went.
1-2. Bud McClendon's club had a 4-0 lead after 1. Detroit ran them down. Now a 7-6 Detroit lead. 1-2. What an at bat. Got him. Extended at bat. Double play. And Tom's done in the 6th. The entire Root Sports and Seattle Mariners family is saddened to learn of the passing of Carl Milford. Our condolences to his family and friends. Carl was there in the beginning when this network launched in the late 1980s. He was a fixture at Safeco Field at his low first camera position and will be missed by all of us. Right, Tigers lead it by 1, and they go to their bullpen again, and this time they bring out lefty Ian Kroll. Third pitcher here out of the pen. Hardy, Albuquerque, and now Kroll. Here's Robbie Cano to lead things off. 2 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Robbie's got his July batting average up to .338.
And he's hit the ball hard again tonight. I think we can stop worrying about what Cano is doing.
They're here. 1 for 1 against Cole. Goes foul. Just joining us, 2 outs, nobody on in the 5th. Took a pitch, or swung at a pitch, and walked around home plate. Lloyd McClendon came out. You okay? I'm okay. And then he just ripped a double left center field.
Whoa.
Get him on the hand?
I don't think so. I think he ended up fouling it off, but it just missed his hands. Trying to throw the fastball in on his hands. That one just a little bit high. Bad feeling as a hitter. You start to attack the pitch, you think you can see it, and then next thing you know, it's on you.
Oh, and 2 strikes. Popped it up. Going back Romine, coming in Cespedes. Cespedes calls him off. And there's 1 out. Lowe gave up his first home run of the season last night. And Kinsler getting for a 2-run shot in the 8th. Win the ball game. Mark's had a wonderful season.
Another one of those things where we're saying that when the guys make a mistake, they can't get away with it. Mark had made 3 really good pitches to Kinsler, and give Kinsler credit for hitting the fastball out. He was trying to probably go off the plate away so he get back to a slider. And he leaves it 95 miles an hour middle away, and instead of a ground ball, a pop-up, a swing and a miss, it goes out of the ballpark. That's kind of the way things are going right now for the guys.
15 defeats in final at bat against the Mariners, most in the American League. As what kind of season this has been, a tied the Mariners are with Tampa Bay, the most in the American League with 6 walk-off losses. Tough. It'll test you.
Well, they're also tied for the league with 35 one-run games, and guess what? That's where we sit right now.
2-1 to Seth. The first inning RBI double, fly to center, and an intentional walk. Two and two. Tigers have the shift on with Castellanos in short right field. And holding on is Avila. Two outs, first strikeout for Cole. Experience Safeco Field like never before when you join us for a luncheon on the Diamond Friday, August 7th. We're going to honor the newest Mariners Hall of Famer, Jamie Moyer. Edgar Jr. and other Mariner legends will be on hand for the memorable afternoon. So go to mariners.com/Jamie for more info.
Brad Osmus going to make a pitching change. We saw Rondon getting loose in the pen. Mark Trumbo had come out to pinch hit for Ackley, so Osmus is going to counter, bring the right-hander in.
Well, we got a play stoppage and we'll return to Detroit. Tigers lead at 7-6. Link, your link to what's next by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. Comfortable 76 degrees as we speak here at Comerica Park in Detroit. Dave Sims, Mike Flowers, and the Root Sports crew. Mariners down a run, 7-6 as we play here in the 7th. 2 outs and nobody out as we look in from Woodward Avenue. First paved road, longest paved first road in America. Here's Mark Trumbo pinch hitting against Bruce Rondon. We saw Rondon in Seattle. He was throwing 100.
He was throwing hard, and he has a pretty good breaking ball, too. Misses with the first pitch, breaking ball to Trumbo. You can see what Trumbo has done this year as a pinch hitter, 2 for 3. And with 2 outs here in the 7th, Lloyd's hoping he hits one over the fence, tie this ball game up. Another breaking ball.
1-1.
See the numbers. He has struggled a little bit, but he has 14 strikeouts and 8 2/3. High ERA. He's yet to give up a home run.
Bouncing ball. Castellanos, nice play. Settles, throws, safe. The door opener for the Mariners. 2 outs, a man aboard. Infield hit.
You surprised him a little bit all the way at the end of the glove. Wasn't able to get much on the throw. Momentum taking him out towards right center field. Trumbull, for a big man, has good speed. That'll be an infield hit. So he's now 3 for 4 pinch hitting this year. That'll give Brad Miller a chance. Hopefully drive in a run, hit one in the gap.
Brad 1 for 3, first inning single. Drove in a run, reached on a fielder's choice, and fly to center. Ball 1.
And that was 100 miles an hour. And as you move forward, Brad Ausmus, the manager for the Tigers, already used both of his lefties out in the bullpen. Mariners now have 5 left-handers still in the lineup.
Gets away from the Village. Trumbull hold. Two and 0 to Miller. Big 2-out knock. Why not? 2-0 count. Trumbull back safely. (7-6) Detroit. Mariners have 10 hits with that base hit, the infield hit by Trumbull. And 3-0 to Brad.
Logan Morrison waiting on deck. Logan with a base hit and scored a run his last time up.
Four-pitch walk. Tying runs at second, go ahead run at first.
Yeah, we've talked about the Tigers and the struggles they've had with their pitching. 14th in ERA. They've had their issues out in their bullpen too.
Jeff Jones getting a lot of mileage in tonight.
And he's wearing out a path.
All this with 2 outs. Logan Morrison. Chance to do something big here. Chris Taylor's going to go out pinch run. He's going to pinch run for Trumbull. Of an opportunity here for Lloyd McClendon's crew here. 2 outs, 2 on, down 7-6.
Well, done a good job hitting with runners in scoring position tonight. They're 4 for 7. Taylor with really good speed. Miller can run at first.
First time Morrison facing Rondon. Strike one.
Even though he can throw 100 miles an hour, he looks as if he has better command of his breaking ball than he does his fastball.
One, Logan. Taylor at second, Miller at first. 2 outs, 1-1 to Lomo. On 2 strikes. Won't see Felix in this series. See him when we get home. Goody and Sucre, the only 2 players left on the bench. Big pitch here at 1-2. Bouncing ball. Marte fields. Gets it to Rondon, and that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left to the home 7th. Tigers lead 7-6. As you consider how a Washington lottery win would change your bucket list. 7th inning stretch time. Christmas in July theme this evening here in Detroit. 7-6 Tigers lead. You see the Mariners got off to the good start. Then the Tigers got right back in it. Mariners closed the gap. And yet another 1-run game right now. Dave Sims, Mike Blowers, Root Sports Crew. Chris Taylor takes over at shortstop with Brad Miller moving from short to left field. May 26 was the last time he played in left field.
Well, right now on Lloyd's bench, he just has Gutierrez and Sucre. The Mariners can regain the lead. I'm sure we'll see Gutierrez in the outfield.
Jeffrey Marte. Pinch hit in the 5th. It struck out. Pinch hit for Mark Krause. Breaking ball from Big Tom, 1-1. Helmson came on in the 5th inning. What a 5th inning it was as the Tigers sent 10 men to the plate. 4 runs on 5 hits, and they left the bases loaded. Weak wave by Marte, fooled on that pitch. Back and forth, up in, or make that down in Houston. Red Sox and Astros 3-3, bottom 5. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Wilhelmsen. That's his second. Back-to-back, in fact. One away here in the 7th. Sunday is Kyle Seager poster day at Safeco Field, where the Mariners take on the Blue Jays at 1:10. Thanks to Topps, all youngsters are going to take home a poster of the Gold Glover, plus a baseball card set featuring your favorite major leaguers. Get your tickets at mariners.com. Here's Castellanos. 2 hits tonight, 2 for 3. Taijuan Walker started this game. Went 4 1/3, 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, no walks, 4 Ks. Rollins pitched a third of an inning, and now Wilhelmsen.
Thomas pitched well so far tonight. Came in a tough situation, had the bases loaded back in the 5th inning. Fortunately, gave up a little dribbler down the first baseline, which turned into an infield hit to drive in a run, but was able to get Kinsler out after that.
Breaking ball and a good one, 1-2.
Was able to get through the 6th inning, walked a batter, but had a double play ball and a strikeout. Starts this inning off with a strikeout.
Castellanos able to check the swing, 2-2. Two pitch. Hit deep to right. Backing up Smith. Running out of room. Looking up. Gone. Castellanos with his 7th home run. Tigers lead now goes to 8-6. 39th RBI for Nick.
Tom tries to beat him with a fastball in the outside corner. A little middle away. Castellanos knew it when he hit it. And that'll bring out Lloyd McClendon. Third home run of the night for the Tigers.
Goodness gracious. 8-6 lead for Detroit. Game 2 of this 4-game set. Here in Detroit, as you look at the statues of the great Willie Horton, saw him earlier today. Ty Cobb on your right. Willie finished up his career with the Mariners as we take a look At the CenturyLink, what's next? Mike Montgomery against Anibal Sanchez, and then Hisashi Iwakuma against David Price to wrap up this series and the season series against Detroit. Willie Horton, he could play. What a great, such a personable man, too.
Joe Beimel's going to take over. Should be his 28th appearance. ERA just under 3 at a 2.96. Opponent's hitting .245 off of Beimel, and he will face the Tigers catcher, Alex Avila.
Home runs tonight. J.D. Martinez, a 2-run shot. Yoenis Cespedes, 2-run home. Solo blast by Nick Castellanos. Here's Avila. Strike one.
Fernando Rodney getting loose.
Good breaking ball swung through by Avila.
Romine waiting on deck. Then you have Ghost, left-handed hitter. So Rodney probably getting ready for the top of the lineup where it's Kinsler and Cespedes, a couple of righties.
Ball one. Two and two. Tigers, the third highest scoring team in Major League Baseball. Boy, they unleashed the hounds here tonight. Three and two. Romine on deck. And ball four. Joey's ahead and then lost it. Toronto started tonight 5.3 runs per ball game. The Yankees 4.59, and then Detroit at 4.49. Mariners started tonight 27th in that category. Here's Romine, infield hit, RBI. Last time up in the fifth. 1 for 3. Romine, late add to the lineup. Jose Iglesias took ill before the game. Everyday shortstop. Two and 0.
You were right. Joe came in, was able to throw a couple of strikes to Avila. 8 pitches now, just 2 strikes. 6 straight balls from Beimel. Missing down with the first 2 pitches. He's trying to get the ball on the ground so he can get a double play.
Field, Brad Miller gets a chance. Two outs. Brad acquitting himself nicely on that play. 2 away here in the 7th. On in on the Castellanos home run. Hill at first. Brings up Anthony Goes. Wide to center, strikeout looking, and bases loaded walk. Tough night to watch for pitching coach Rick Waits. Strike one.
Yeah, things were really set up well for Taiwan tonight. But again, the Mariners making a few mistakes behind them, and all of a sudden they lost it a little bit, and that was it against the #1 hitting club in the American League.
Strike 2 to Ghost. Ball 1.
Ghost has been busy tonight in the field. 9 putouts tonight for Ghost. Ties in with Andrew McCutchen for a season high, or a game high this year. McCutchen, of course, with the Pirates.
Love watching that kid play. McCutchen?
Yeah. He's an exciting player. Can do everything.
Pirates started the night 4 games back. The Cardinals over in the NL Central.
Tigers' record, in case you were wondering, is 11.
Who holds that record?
It's happened 3 times, I can tell you that.
Move over to first.
Ty Cobb's one of them. I'm sure you've heard of him. We just showed you Willie Horton, another.
Irish Raymond.
Mickey Stanley is the 3rd.
Mickey Stanley. There we go.
Thank you, Curtis.
Pittsburgh playing Kansas City tonight. No score. Bottom of the 6th. Inside. Boy, Chet Lemon had some good years here. I'm surprised he's not on that list. Full count here to Ghost. Chet here and in the White Sox. Chicago. 2 outs, 3-2 pitch. Gotta get him hung up. Finals got that devastating move. Taylor will run him down, and that'll do it. Castellanos home run. A highlight for Detroit in the 7th. Got a pitch away from him. Blasted it opposite field for home run number 7. Extending the Tiger lead to 8-6. Baseball on MLB.TV serves up real-time highlights, pitch tracking info on your out-of-market fantasy players, live or on demand on over 400 devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Get MLB.TV today. Neftali Feliz takes over, and boy, he had some good years with Texas. Came over to Detroit recently, and Mariners, over the course of his career, have not fared well against him until, I think, earlier this year when he was with Texas.
Earlier this year, he doesn't have the same fastball that he used to. Still throws hard, but he used to be in the upper 90s.
First hitter is Mike Zunino. Zunino to be followed by Jackson and Seager. Mike tonight fouled out to the catcher, wide to right, and doubled to left center field.
Remember the first time we saw Feliz, you and I were talking about it, he looked as if he was just having a catch in the backyard, and it was 98 miles an hour. Pretty good breaking ball right there.
He was as electric as we saw as we had in the league. But 0.61 ERA against the Mariners.
That's in 24 games.
Mm-hmm. Two and two to Zunino. Got him on a breaking ball. One out.
Take a look at the breaking ball from Feliz. Little slider off the plate away. Mike's now 1 for 4 with a double. Back to the top of the line at Boston Jackson, 1 for 4 tonight.
With Texas back on April 19th, the Mariners finally got to Feliz. An inning and a third, 4 hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. Two nights before that, he pitched a scoreless inning. And he's been tough on the Mariners over the years, no doubt. One Austin got an RBI single last time up, stole a base, his 11th.
Maybe his fastball starting to come back. He's hit 97 a couple of times. See what he's averaged, right around 94 miles an hour.
Agreed to terms with the Tigers on July 11th. After being released by Texas. Two and two. Romine's got to hurry. Safe. Austin beats it out. His second hit this evening, 2 for 5.
A really good play by Romine. He was playing up the middle, had to come back across the diamond, and Austin just beats it. I get a little bit nervous when guys jump at first base like that. Typically, you can twist an ankle, get a heel bruise. But that'll be an infield hit for Austin. 2-for-5 night for him. This is where it's going to start to come into play that Brad Ausmus is using both of his left-handers early in the ball game. He's going to have to stay with the righties against the Mariners lefties.
See if it pays off for the Mariners. Here's Kyle Seager. Tying run at the plate. Wow, what a save by Avila.
96 miles an hour. Pulls it across his body. Really good play.
He made one like that back in Seattle. Seager 2 for 11 against Phillies. There's a base hit, eluding, and Kinsler. Tying runs aboard. Brings up Nelson Cruz.
Change up, 87 miles an hour. Kyle hits it hard into right field. Kyle with a couple of hits tonight. He's now 2 for 5.
Cruz 2 for 3. Gets his one-time touch, his teammate. Eight-6 Tiger lead. That base hit was number 12 for the Mariners.
Mariners 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position tonight.
Cruz with a monster home run back in the third. Straight away center field. Behind here 0-2. Here we go, 0-2, 2 on, 1 out.
A couple of pitches to hit. The last two, the one was a fastball, the second pitch of the at bat, and that one right there, an elevated breaking ball for him. A couple of mistakes by Phillies that he's been able to get away with.
Ackley and Trumbo have been in and out of the game. Here's the 0-2 to Cruz. Go right to the shortstop. There's 2 away.
Pretty good fastball in on his hands. Just jammed him up. We'll bring up Robinson Cano, the hot hitter for the Mariners. Robbie tonight 2 for 3. Has a double, a run scored, and an RBI.
Austin Jackson at second, Kyle Seager at first. 2 outs here in the 8th. Mariners down 2 runs. Cano 2 for 6 with a homer against Phillies. Got to put the Mariners in front. First inning RBI single to center, a walk, a double to left center, and a fly to left. One and one. And Rodney. ready to go to work. One pitch. Robbie's got a good count of 2-1. Here we go. 2 balls, 1 strike. Off-speed pitch, breaking ball, 2-2.
Yeah, Cano was trying to get out after the fastball on the 2-1 count. Phillies didn't want to give in to him. Ends up being a pretty good breaking ball down out of the strike zone. You can see how early Robbie was on that swing.
Two men aboard for Cano here in the 8th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. With number 22 at the dish. Fouled off. Big spot here as time is granted to Cano. Two-2 pitch. Base hit up the middle. Jackson will have to stop at third. That ball got to the center fielder Ghost in a hurry. So the bases are loaded here in the 8th. And Seth Smith with an opportunity to put the Mariners in front. Tie it up with a base hit. He can go with a gap or he can put them in front.
We were talking about with Cano earlier. The hits that he's getting now are not cheap. That was a laser out to center field. Jeff Jones he has made a lot of trips out to the mound in this game tonight.
Boy, Cano's really hitting it hard. That is so good to see. See if Seth Smith can provide an exclamation point here. 2 outs and the bases loaded.
If he can get a base hit or find his way to first base, Franklin Gutierrez has come out on deck. So Gutierrez will hit for Taylor. Mariners 5 for 10 in this game with runners in scoring position. Having a good night.
See if Smith can make it an even better night. What an opportunity this is. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Smitty tonight with an RBI double in the 1st. Fly out to center in the 3rd. A walk, an intentional walk and a strikeout. Bases loaded with Jackson, Seager, and Cano ready to giddy up here with 2 outs. Mariners down by 2. Gets away. They'll pick up a run. Jackson's going to score easily. Everybody else moves up. 8-7 ball game. A wild pitch.
Well, the problem with the wild pitch is, yes, you get a run closer, but now Brad Osmus will probably put Seth Smith on. First base is open, but we'll take a look at it. Just spikes the fastball. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to put him on. So Franklin Gutierrez get an opportunity to hit.
Gutierrez for 3 against Phillies.
Other left on the bench now is Sucre.
Second time Smith has been intentionally walked.
When Seth was up there his last time, Kroll was in the game lefty, and typically that's been automatic for Lloyd to go to the right-hander, but because Kroll was the second lefty and he knew as the game moved on that Seth maybe gets another chance to hit against a right-handed hitter, he decided to let him hit in that at bat. And now with the ball going to the backstop, they just put him on.
The Mariners in a one-run game again. It's 8-7. Bases loaded. 2 outs.
We talked about it in this series. Something to keep an eye on is the bullpen for the Tigers. They've struggled this year, and you can see what Franklin has done in his career. 1 grand slam to his credit. Goes to the center fielder, going to shade out towards right center. The infield straight up. Phillies has now thrown 26 pitches in the inning.
Ball 1 to Franklin. 0 for 3 against Phillies. Mariners have left 2 men aboard in each of the last 3 innings. Right now they have the bases loaded and down a run. Big swing and a miss, 1-1.
Fastball, borderline strike. Just below the strike zone.
Great opportunity here, 1-1 pitch. Hit it hard, right field. Giddy up, baby, giddy up! Gone, a grand slam! Franklin Gutierrez. That is a beautiful sight for the Mariners. 11-8 Seattle.
Wow. Franklin Gutierrez off the bench. It's 95 miles an hour the other way into the seats. What an inning for the Mariners. And Lloyd McClendon has been waiting for something good to happen to his ball club, and that is a mistake. He left it up in the zone. They wanted it down, and Gutierrez makes him pay for it. That is a happy group down in the dugout right now. The Mariners, by the way, 6 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position. None of them bigger than that one.
That was huge. And those runners in scoring position numbers, I'm going to get out on a limb and say those are the best of the season. They got to be.
They have to be.
Man, oh man. Love that shot of adrenaline. Second time this season the Mariners have got to Phillies. A guy that has spent the bulk of his 6, 7, or 7 years in the league just tormenting Seattle.
What a huge pinch hit right there.
Biggest, it's about as timely grand slam. They're all good. There's nothing. There's always something good about a salami.
It is, but when you're in a game and you score runs early and you give them back and then you're behind and you're getting late, tremendous. 4th grand slam of the season for the Mariners.
You feel like you're leaking oil. Yeah, it came in at a good time.
Last time the Mariners scored 11 runs in the game was May 12th against San Diego.
Brad takes a called 3rd strike, but what an inning. 5 runs on 4 hits. Goody with the grand slam. And the Mariners with a beautiful 5 spot in the 8th frame. Look at this. Bang. Good night. Grand slam for Gutierrez. Mariners lead at 11-8. A grand slam to highlight the 8th inning. Mariners send 8 men to the plate, and they have the lead at 11-8 as Goody stays in the game in left field. Moving from left field back to shortstop is Brad Miller. Wow. That is really something.
Well, Ghost was supposed to lead this inning off, but Rajai Davis is going to pinch hit for him. So as soon as he's in the ballgame, I'm sure Lloyd McClellan will be out of the dugout to get Rodney, who's been loose in the pen.
There he comes.
Yeah.
Davis will pinch hit. He'll stay on in center field. Lloyd feeling a heck of a lot better right now.
About time he's thinking on this road trip that a home run comes for his club late into a ball game.
How about that? After last night with Kinsler doing it and Teixeira doing it Sunday in New York.
And Alex.
First game.
Franklin Gutierrez, grand slam.
Man, that was nice. 11-8. Mariners, bottom 8. Back with more with Fernando Rodney taking over right after this. Straight away. Now the chief about that. Good luck finding it in the hedges. And then
this one, J.D. Martinez hits it up on the roof. As far as we know, that's the only one that's ever been up there. And then Cespedes, he has really hurt the Mariners with the home run as he homers out into the bullpen.
Then coming back is Castellanos, solo last 7th inning. But the big one to this point is the grand slam by Franklin Gutierrez. It's the first Mariner pinch hit grand slam since Ben Broussard, April 21st of 2007.
We talked about it with Franklin Gutierrez. As long as he's healthy, he can help this club. Lloyd likes the fact he's a veteran guy and can still play. Happy to have him pinch hit right there. Fernando Rodney's going to take over for the Mariners.
He's got pinch hitter Rajai Davis, followed by Kinsler and Cespedes.
For Rodney, 5.59 ERA, 28 strikeouts, 17 walks, and 37 innings. Opponent's hitting .273 against him.
0-2 to Rajai.
Good changeup.
Rodney back in familiar grounds here. He's a Tiger for several years. Got him with 3 pitches. 1 out. 3 really good pitches by Fernando.
First pitch fastball, he comes right back with a couple of excellent changeups. That last one you can see out of the strike zone down. 3 quality pitches for Fernando. Now we'll get back to the top of the order. And Kinsler going to step in.
Kinsler 4 for 15 against Fernando. 1 for 4 with the run scored here tonight. Been an absolute slugfest here in Detroit. Off the glove of Seager. That'll be extra bases for Kinsler. 21st double, his second hit tonight.
On the changeup again, out in front of it a little bit. Pulls it right down the line, just out of the reach of Kyle.
Be careful here, Yoenis Cespedes. We saw him homer off of Rodney back in Seattle.
Carson Smith getting loose in the pen.
Keep this guy in the yard. This gets off the glove of Zunino.
Fastball, 96 miles an hour.
Everybody covered home. Wild pitch gets Kinsler to third. Cespedes was down 0-2 and homered off of Rodney back on Tuesday, July 7th. That was in the 8th inning. Tied the score up. Mariners did go on to win that in 11, 7-6. Two and one. One out. Kinsler at third. 11 runs on 14 hits for the Mariners. 2 errors, 8 left. 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 6 left for Detroit. That gets away. Now he'll get a run. Zunino can't find it. Didn't make any difference anyway. Kinsler scores. Right there.
That'll be a wild pitch.
Man.
Looks like a changeup, and he just throws in the dirt.
– 11-9. 3-2 count to Cespedes. Victor Martinez and J.D. Martinez still to come. Got away with one. 3-2. Breaking ball. Frozen. Oh, is that a big strikeout? 2 down.
We'll take a look at it. Borderline up on the inside corner. That's his changeup. Cespedes, I'm sure, thought that pitch was going to be up.
Two outs, a run in. Brings up the always tough Victor Martinez. 3 for 10 against Fernando. Ball 1. 0 for 3 night for Victor. pitch. 1-1. Two balls, one strike. Victor Martinez. 2 outs here in the 8th. A run in on a double and a couple of wild pitches. 11-9 Mariners. Just joining us, 8th inning. Fireworks for the Mariners. Highlighted by Franklin Gutierrez. Grand slam. Opposite field. Alex Wilson warming up for Detroit. Rudy's second home run, and his RBI total was 6.
Pretty good swing by Martinez on that last fastball. Middle away. See if he comes back with his changeup. And he does. Well located changeup. Down off the plate. Martinez just getting a piece of it off the end of the bat.
Mariners get 5 runs on Feliz. They got to him earlier in April when he was with the Rangers. First time Mariners have scored earned runs against him. Victor goes the other way, base hit. Goody runs it down. 2-out base hit. And that's going to bring the tying run to the plate.
It's also going to bring Lloyd out of the dugout. Carson Smith has been getting loose, so he's going to go to Carson. This is the most dangerous hitter
no doubt
in the league right now. Him and Pujols, so he's going to get Carson his best out of the pen.
If Fernando gets a strikeout, a double, gives up 2 wild pitches, scores a run, a strikeout looking, and a hard single to left. The drama just keeps on keeping on here in Detroit. CenturyLink, what's next? Here's what's on the slate for the next 2 games. Mike Montgomery against Anibal Sanchez. Sashi Iwakuma against David Price.
Really good pitching matchups the next couple of days. Carson Smith going to take over. This will be his 40th appearance on the year. 1.93 ERA. 49 strikeouts, only 6 walks over the 37 in the third.
They had a 4-out save back on Saturday, June 20th at home against Houston. 8th inning, he struck out Chris Carter and then pitched the 1-2-3 ninth. Similar scenario would be very tasty right now.
Well, Carson has a good fastball. He'll be in the mid-90s. His slider is his best pitch.
And he has got one dangerous hitter in J.D. Martinez. Ball 1. J.D. tonight. Man, we got a 2-run homer and a single. scored 3 times. He was in launch mode, 1-1.
Pretty good slider. I think most of the right-handed hitters in this league are not going to be able to handle his slider. Martinez is one of them. He has to locate it.
Two-one pitch. Ready to chase.
Well located again, down off the plate. So it's been a fastball in, slider away, fastball in, and this slider again off the plate. He is not going to do much with that.
Two-two. Ground ball. Miller surrounds, throws, got him out of trouble. Inning over in the 8th. Just 1 run scored by the Tigers. Leave a couple by the 9 Mariners. Extravaganza tonight in Detroit. 20 hits, 20 runs, 26 hits, and 2 errors. Wow.
Rajai Davis will stay in the game out in center field. Came on as a pinch hitter. And another pitcher, Alex Wilson, going to take over for the Tigers. Right now, Soria, the only one left in the bullpen for the Tigers. And we'll look at his numbers. 34th appearance coming up. ERA just over 2 at 2.03. 27 strikeouts to 7 walks. Opponent's hitting .242 against him. He will be the 6th reliever. Logan Morrison going to lead off.
More runs won't hurt. Bouncing ball to Kinsler. There's one away. Here's Mike Zunino. Got a double tonight, 1 for 4. Double to left center. That was in the 6th. Fastball for strike.
13 pitchers in this game tonight.
Man. A lot of ERAs taking a beating.
Neither starter could get out of the 5th. It's just been bullpen battle.
Foul back through the Xfinity sign. Foul ball. Oh, 2.
Go back to Taijuan Walker tonight. 7 1/3, 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. Didn't walk anybody, 4 strikeouts. He threw 78 pitches.
Off the hook. And 2 to Mike. They did hit it. Oh no, they got him on a check swing. Jeff Nelson, home plate umpire.
Well, let's take a look at it. Fastball running in. That is hard to tell. Couldn't tell if it hit a piece of the bat, his hands.
Let's take a listen.
That sounded more like his hand than it did the bat, yeah. So he's going to try to get some help.
Jeff Nelson talking with Chris Guccione. Jeff, the crew chief. Get the gear out.
Yep, take a look at it.
And listen.
I think most of the time you wouldn't think too much of this, but with the way this one's going tonight, Dave, if you can get Mike to first base because he was hit by a pitch, why not?
I subscribe wholeheartedly.
Well, he's over there. If it didn't hit him, he's trying to sell it because he has Rob Nodine looking at his hand right now.
Yeah. Can't review a check swing, but they can review if he was hit or not.
Well, I don't even think it was a check swing. I think he thought it was a foul ball and it was caught. As we take a look at our Alaska Airlines Supermo, and maybe we can see something here. Right off his knuckle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Looks like that appears to be pretty doggone obvious, especially when you listen to it as well. They had that audio. Take another listen.
The thing about it, too, is as you see Mike's reaction, he immediately looked at his hand. Didn't see any hesitation or trying to sell something there. I think he immediately looked at his hand. And
like your point, everybody at home saying the same thing. Get him at first base.
Yeah.
Watch the rotation of the ball. Let's see.
Definitely changes directions. Yeah. And I think it was his hand. Well, here we go. Yep, they're going to give him first base.
There we go.
All right.
One out base run.
What do you think, Dave? This is probably the wildest game we've watched this year.
There's no question
everything
about
that's
it.
going on, the back and forth.
Hey, there is no question about it. Let's not hit 10 games under 500. Let's get a W. Let's get out of here. Even this series at a game apiece.
There you go.
Zunino, he's aboard.
2 minutes, 10 seconds on that review.
Mike Z's been hit 5 times. Most on the ball club. He's
well below his pace from last year.
That was...
Might have to talk to him about that.
Yo, Mike. How about this?
Wow,
The
hit and
runner
run.
goes. Man.
Pretty good call, too. It was a fastball up in the zone, which is tough to get on top of. But when Mike took off, that opened up the entire right side of the infield. And Austin hits the ball the other way quite a bit. That would have been an easy first to third situation for the Mariners.
Mike, by the way, hit 17 times last year. Jackson with hits his last 2 times up. Austin having a good series, 2 for 4 last night. He's got 2 more hits here tonight. 2 for 5. Swing and a miss, got him.
So he gets him on the slider down out of the strike zone. That'll bring up Kyle Seager. Kyle with a base hit his last time. He was 2 for 5 tonight. Scored a couple of runs.
Seager 0 for 3 against Alex Wilson. Joaquin Soria is the only man left in the bullpen for Detroit. Mariners have Lowe and Nunez back safely, Zanino.
And on the benches for both clubs, just the backup catcher is Sucre for the Mariners and McCann for the Tigers.
Sucre can pitch now. Hopefully, don't get to that.
You had to go there, didn't you?
I had to. Looking right at it. I think the way this game's going, nothing's out of the, out of play. Want to know to Kyle. Carson Smith got the 3rd out of the 8th inning, and the Mariners look for him to get a 1-2-3 ninth. We have Rick Griffin on his left and Rob Nodine on his right. What else? We'll take care of it right now. Get out there. 3-0 to Kyle. Cruz on deck. Pitch. 4-pitch walk to Kyle Seager. 2 men aboard, 2 out for Nelson Cruz. Look at this. I'd like to see a steady diet of this going down the stretch.
Mariners with 14 hits tonight. Cruz with the solo home run. He's going to step in right now. His home run was to dead center field, up into the trees, well over 430 feet away.
2 outs, a couple of men aboard for Nelson. 2 for 5 against Alex Wilson. Break 1. Cruz can do something big. Will bring Cano to the plate. He has hit the ball quite well tonight. Hit it hard. 3 of his 4 plate appearances. 0-1 to Nelly. Did he go? Did not. This is Chris Guccione. 0-1.
Mariners have had a good night hitting with runners in scoring position. 6 for 11, including a grand slam.
6 hits are the most in a game this year. 1-1 to Cruz. Didn't get it all. Now it's up to Carson Smith to shut the door. Mariners lead 11-9. Bottom 9 coming up. Mariner pinch hit grand slam back on April 21 of 07. And here we go. Jeffrey Marte leads off against Carson Smith. Nasty. 0-2. Then he had a 4-out save against Houston back on June 20. Way outside. Marte, Castellanos, and Avila in the 9th. Here's the 1-2. Bounce it up the middle. Here comes Brad Miller. Got him. 1 out.
All sliders to Marte. Take a look at Brad charging all the way. An easy play for him.
1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. Mariners up by 2. And Nick Castellanos, last time we saw him in the 7th. Nobody aboard. 2-2 pitch. He showed he can go oppo with a home run blast.
We'll start him off with a fastball inside. Good fastball, 95 miles an hour.
Bouncing ball goes foul. One out, nobody on. 1-1 pitch. Down low. Ooh, good pitch. 2-2.
Interesting the way he's going at Castellanos. You mentioned the home run he hit the other way. All fastballs to him, and that's after throwing 4 sliders in a row to Marte.
Big 2-2 pitch. Back to off.
Yeah, overthrowing that slider, just got away from him.
Three and 2 to Castellanos. And he's aboard. To bring the tying run to the plate.
Carson will mix in a changeup to the left-handed hitters. He still would prefer to throw his slider. Typically, he'll start it off the plate away if he wants to strike. If he wants to try to get him to swing at it, he'll throw it at their back foot. See if he can get him to swing over the top of it.
11-9 Mariners. Last time they scored 11 runs. Beat San Diego back home. 11-4 back on the 12th of May. Strike 1, 2 available. Alex has walked his last 2 times up. He's 1 for 2. Had an RBI single to center back in the 2nd inning. Oh, 2.
And that looked like the changeup. Very good changeup at the bottom of the strike zone.
Carson in charge, 0-2.
There it was. Trying to throw a slider right there. You can see it right on the outside corner. Just missed it.
See if he can put him away here. 1-2. And he does. Struck him out. 2 down here in the 9th.
Take a look at it. Another backdoor slider, and was able to get Avila to swing right over the top of it.
Here's Andrew Romine. 2 outs.
Romine 1 for 4 tonight.
Infield hit RBI with the bases loaded back in the 5th inning. Hard line out to Brad Miller in the 2nd. Light out to center in the 4th. Last time up, 7th inning. Fly to left. 0-1 pitch. This will do it. Flip the Cano. Ball game, and the Mariners win one of the wackiest games of the year. 11-9. They were up. They were down. They were down. They came back. They held on and survived. Wow.
I think it was a great example of some of the quotes we heard from Lloyd McClendon and his guys staying tough. They had to tonight. That 9-inning ball game for him tonight, almost 4 hours. 26 total hits, 20 runs, and the guys ended up outlasting him. And Franklin Gutierrez, he's a popular guy in that clubhouse right now with the pinch hit grand slam he hit to get the Mariners back on top. Boys, get your rest tonight.
Goody, you won't have to buy for a while, pal. 11-9. Mariners win this one, even a series at 1-1. Oh, boy. Call EMS. Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines starts right now with Brad and Bill. Have fun, fellas.